Alright, let's see. How do I sound right now? Let's see. How do I sound, guys? That is the important question. Is the music too loud? Am I too loud? Let's see if survey says, is my mic coming in from the right source? Let me hear myself. Hello there, testing. 1, 2. All right, that's that just played out of nowhere. That was not part of my list. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Hi to all 4 people that are here. Thank you so much. That's not meant to be sarcastic. I want to first off say I'm really sorry I didn't live stream last week. I had some, let's just say, a moment, and I was like, hey, I'm probably not going to stream tonight. I'm way too angry at myself. Anyway, normal bodily functions aside, it is time to maybe finish? Probably not. I doubt it. Probably finish. My Xbox cord is... My cord is stuck on my chair wheel. There we go. Alright, it is time, gamers, to maybe, probably not finish Serenade Turnabout. And right now, as I am speaking, I am the only person in this Discord call right now. No Razid, no Zeds, sadly. But maybe they'll join, maybe later tonight. Or not. We'll see. We'll see what happens, anyway. Once again, I want to say thank you guys for joining. Yeah, let me boot it up. I've been playing Persona 3 Reload, and then it got me to replay Persona 5 Strikers because I have that on Xbox. And I miss Strikers. I forgot how weirdly hard it was. Alright. So hopefully you'll be seeing the game now. There we go. Alright, let's, again, I want to make sure that the music isn't super loud. As much as the music is a bop, I would like for you guys, I would like you guys to be able to hear me. And hopefully we don't get any more streamer errors. I don't have any connection issues this stream, unlike last time. Alright, Toast and Megals, last time on Dragon Ball Z, last time on Apollo Justice, we had the first half of the trial, which it turns out Lammy has been blind the entire time. Plot twist. And we're trying to prove that this little kid didn't do who shit. Woo! By myself, let's go! Hey, Apollo! What?
Well, actually nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not.
How is it? The suspense is giving me an uckler.
Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it?
Score? Gee. I guess I would, maybe... I'd give it a 7 out of 10 for the, what the fuck? I'm just as bad as you.
See, it's so vague.
Clearly. Hockey avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I'm gonna quickly, screen cap that. Oh yeah, I asked Interpol about the number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this name was Romain Latus. And the victim, Mr. Latus, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent. What a mess. That's true. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating.
Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Let me tell the whole court.
Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latus when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien.
It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries.
I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now
that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around.
What? Is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will?
I wouldn't say that, but he has begun going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he says.
He's looking for his boyfriend. Top secret?
Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine.
Fine, right. Oh, well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate.
That's the spirit.
Ba-da-da. I miss this music. Darien did it! Lemmermore dropped a bomb in the court today. It was Darien.
Lemmermore said she never forgot a voice, right? That's so cool.
I guess.
What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called.
Somehow I don't think that means what you think it... I'm not sure you understand the meaning of that word. And she has to be wrong, this time.
Wrong? Why?
I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert.
That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time.
Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darien even?
You bet I did. He is one of the Cavalier's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh.
Right. All the Gaviniers have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latus backstage.
Lemmermore heard him, didn't she? She heard Darien backstage, right?
Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. An Interpol agent.
I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway?
Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals.
Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name?
Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lemmermore?
What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be.
She probably is. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying.
Well, remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can't spot a palmed coin at 50 paces.
If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something.
I wonder if it was something that had
something. Sorry, hold on.
I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. That something being our case. The last something, I mean.
Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. True, Apollo. What was Mr. Latus up to? Trucy, was that another one of your tricks?
It wasn't me! I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that.
Oh! Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a world is whispered. Grammare. Pop! Zeddy-Gata! I love Zeddy-Gata. I love Lupin the Third. Bagels, you have no idea. Grammare.
Hey, the other day!
Who's there?
We didn't just imagine that, did we?
He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly!
If almost... Oh, wait, no, it's not the same guy. He has a heart on his pin. That's a club. We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that?
Ah! It's you! Uncle Valen!
Valen. Banana magician. Yes. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle?
No, silly! It's the great Grammare, Valent Grammare. The Grand Magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Valen Grammare, as seen on TV. He did it. Could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years, to be exact. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Valen. You look exactly the same.
I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true.
Let's ask him about the case, Apollo.
His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm.
After all, Uncle Valen's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle.
What? Daddy, you mean Mr. Right?
No, I mean my real daddy.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammare.
Troop Grammary? Grammary. No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, Lost Life! I'm basically doing my William Shakespeare voice I gave him in The Great Ace Attorney. But without the Shakespearean. This man is also a man of illiteracy. Oh, Lost Life! Lamentably listless lad! Woo! To not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valiant Grammary. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child.
You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe, and then escaped from a high security prison.
You said he's a magician? I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grammary. Oh, wait.
What, Apollo?
I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you someone else? Like, a duo?
A duo?
Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammary? Yes, Zach. Zach Grammary. Great pun, guys. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter, a shining showmanship. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Daddy.
Zaddy? Oh, no way. See, now I realize the timelines are adding up, finally. Once upon a time, Troop Grammary included 2 Grand Magicians. Woo! Myself, Valiant Grammary, and my partner, Zach Grammary. And the Zach was...
He was my real daddy.
Trucy's father, a magician? Guess it makes sense. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo.
Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least.
Not that I see Daddy around much these days.
I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons. 2, in fact. The first being, of course. Woo! To see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valen.
I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum, the first time in 7 years, I could feign, not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy, 'twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing.
I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape?
Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grammary. Will you watch it? Yo, everyone, it's time! Take a shot! I got my Coca-Colas. Look at that mouth moving. She looks like an animatronic. Apologies for the lag. I don't really know how to fix that part. Great stock clap.
Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious.
There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Ha 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 ha. This Valen Grammary has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder, what's his reason were to be that concert? They're all animatronics! Fits a little too well with the tune. Carrie! Alright. I think we're all done talking to this dude now. Maybe. So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there.
I didn't see a stunt.
What about Levermore vanishing and reappearing?
Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice.
So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestigiation. Woo! A modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course, I'm like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It was a potent, primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could, tell me how it was done?
Hey now.
Trucy?
That's like totally against the rules, Apollo.
Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Mais non, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later, well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh, don't even ask, I won't answer.
Too bad for you, Apollo.
Whose side are you on? Woo! I, Valen Grammary, now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valen. You should stay a while.
I am afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. Woo! See you later, crocodile. With a whirl of his coat and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally.
Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking.
Right. Valen Grammary. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost, among them, that bit of magic that made Lamurar disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. Doo-doo. Is there anyone at the detention center? Maki may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect.
But they don't have any decisive evidence.
Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room.
Right. The air vent.
And he lied.
Lied?
Maki Tobai can see. He can't speak English, though.
Maki!
Speak of the devil.
He looks like he's doing okay.
I forget, why did he come here? Why did we come here? It's not like we could talk to him or anything.
Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo.
It's kind of hard to build a court case on villains. Since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to stay off my chest.
If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen.
I think she's actually worried for me.
So what did you think of the trial today? I'm glad he didn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial.
Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win.
No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Maki might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do.
Huh? Oh, anime.
I'm glad Lemmy testified. What a great person. She even got Maki off the hook by naming another suspect.
Darien of the Gabiniers, the detective. I wonder if Maki knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all, if no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey.
What is it, Apollo?
No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it.
Imagining what, Apollo?
It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know, Maki, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right?
How could he? He's a young Virginian. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him.
Well, maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces.
Was I that bad? Maki lied about not being able to see, but what if that's not all he lied about?
If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him.
I think it'll take something big to get him some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Maki.
So, Maki, you can see, right? Maki can see, and Labrador can't. The whole world's got topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Maki. Which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does. Unless we get evidence. Oh, right, I forgot we have to do this. Da, da, da. Ah, I see.
Woo! What a great day! It's perfect weather for sleuthing.
The weather matters for an investigation?
Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days?
Sure. Let's get started, shall we?
Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo.
Yeah. So, Blammy is the one that actually can't see. It's weird, I know. What stuff?
Your voice training. This is perfect. This is the perfect place for it.
I did enough at home, thanks.
Well, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage.
I'm happy in the courtroom. Thank you. I'm a lawyer.
Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, "Objection!"
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. There's people here? Blue Badger! The Blue Badger! What's that? Creature there.
Oh, that's the police mascot, the Blue Badger.
It's life size?
Haven't you seen them around town patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot.
I'd run from that thing even if it wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's shrieky.
I don't think you're showing true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo.
We all love the Blue Badger in this household. Dude, they even got blimps. I don't think there's really anything else to examine here. Hey, can I pick up that pen, please? Sorry, that earpiece, please. Ah! Mr. Attorney. Lammy! I'm sorry about today. There is nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi.
Are you okay? Alone, I mean.
Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult.
Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking.
I heard your footsteps several times the days before.
Oh, you must have great ears.
Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? Hey, can I pick this up, please? Let me pick it up.
That's been lying there since the day before yesterday.
It's small. Maybe no one's noticed it.
I kind of want to pick it up. It'd make a cool souvenir, don't you think?
It does stick out of my mind for some reason. Pick it up! Okay. That was quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it. No way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment, I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though, the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. Why were you in a hurry, Lammy? I left the scene at once.
So it really was Darian's voice that she heard.
Well, she certainly thinks it was. Why were you in a hurry, Lammy? I met Machi before my debut as Lamiwar. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia. He was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites with Maki pretending he can't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound.
Must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes.
We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. It's her! About Mr. Latouche. Yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did.
I guess that's what it means to be undercover.
But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I could only assume that he was investigating me. But why? Way to hit that bombshell. What makes you think that? Perhaps it's not so, but I couldn't deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded. Right. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became Lamiwar. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I am Batman. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Way to hit us with that. Everything before becoming Lamiwar is lost to me.
But I don't think you...
I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case?
No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamiwar.
I thank you, Machi too. Machi too tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Hey, do you want your brooch back? Do you think you could tell me about this? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I have heard or felt. Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day. She was still pretending she couldn't see them. I pretend I do not see them. Oh, I could go into the dressing rooms. Okay. Let's check all the other... Nothing? Sick. Sorry, guys. I have also a bit of a cold, but, like... It's not too bad, thankfully. Right stick. Okay. Oh, I also see there's hair dye as well.
Stack of presents from Lemuar. Stars always get the biggest presents. You know, you can give me a present, Apollo.
Here, have a piece of candy.
Gee, thanks!
She does not get a lot of presents. Poor girl. That's not what I was pointing at, but I mean, it's right there. Excuse me.
That song. Isn't that the one Lemuar was singing?
Yeah, you're right. The guitar Serenade.
Well, how I'd love to do a show on a stage like this.
I'd come to see that.
The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air.
Not bad. Oh, wait, aren't you a magician?
Oh! That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I?
Some dedication.
Woo!
Ha-ha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is!
Uncle Bellin!
What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
Lemuar teleportation illusion. Ooh!
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Bellin can shed some light on this whole thing for us.
Oh, God. Whew.
I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lemuar's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. Ooh, nice. At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear like a dream. Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerers' acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. This technically counts. She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. Secret tunnel through the mountains. People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nations are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of the troupe Gramarye are concerned.
So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos. That piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Oh no, it hit someone! No! Why? Why? Why do you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks. I'm checking it out now. Yo, this Gramarye song is absolute bopping, though.
That's one big piano. I've never actually played one.
Hey, you should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime.
No good. He can't play either.
I kind of feel bad for the guy now.
Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew!
Did she make that noise just now?
Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look!
Oh my god!
This was stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch.
Someone must have thrown this into the piano. It's a switch! I know what you're thinking in the head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort? Actually, yeah, you're right.
Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo.
Or everyone tells him that he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his times, came down among us. Among us! His name was Magnifi Gramarye. Great name. It was he who began the great troupe Gramarye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Excuse me. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen, a barren waste stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went on all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down the supermarket?
When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skills at these small venues, always waiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gramarye, but for my partner. Your partner, you mean? Yes, Zach Gramarye, Tracy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramarye in show business. There was no name higher than Gramarye in show business circles. None. Nada. Zip. Zilch. I will see us return to the glory. I, Valiant Gramarye. Our founder, Magnifi Gramarye, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go, what happened to the jet again?
Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zach were the shining stars in the Gramarye crown.
Cool, huh? And Zach Gramarye was my daddy.
Now that Magnifi and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skills by my side.
One skill coming up.
How did we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? Apollo, this is your fault for having Trucy next to you. Well, that's a big instrument case.
That's a case for a contrabass, I think.
You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet.
It may look like a violin, but that's a completely different instrument.
You can fit 5 Trucys in there, I bet.
Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's check the thingy. Woo, woo. Push the button.
This switch sitting here tempting me to push it.
Don't. You might blow up the whole Coliseum.
Apollo, please.
To think that every strange switch triggers a bomb.
That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it in our business times.
All right, Trucy P.I., please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does?
Huh. Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room.
A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor? Okay. Do-do-do. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Do-do-do-do. Words cannot express my shock and jargon. But what I have to show him, I get the point. Oh, wait, it's in his... Hey, yo. Oh, she can't talk to me about evidence because she sucks. Anyway, let's go talk to the little boy. Hey, Maki. What's this? Oh, he speak.
I think he said, I'm sorry, I cannot speak your language. You are a very beautiful, fair maiden.
This is why I never trust a translator. Okay, so he can't talk to me about that. Okay. All right. I guess check more of the stage, I guess.
I still can't believe he found Maki and Mr. Latus up on the top of that tower.
Yeah, I used to not like height places. Now I hate them.
It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though, that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too.
Huh, no kidding.
Yeah, he fell down a bridge while it was burning to save his best friend who was trapped in a temple, I think. It's pretty dramatic. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over.
Poor guy. I also can't handle heights. Mostly if I look down and the floor is just really far down. Look at all the electronics. They must have been sound related.
Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you just want to fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please?
No, no fiddling. You'll break something.
If you're gonna make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says.
Those eggs look kind of expensive. That's the ladder we used to climb up the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon.
Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know?
I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period, sis. Did I check everything? Yeah, let's move around a bit. Oops. Oh. Oh. I thought it was going to be a pretty big save. So that's... Hey, look! A part of the carpet has been torn up here. Oh, right. They had to...
That was the part we did the luminol testing on in court.
Luminol, right.
You know what I couldn't stop thinking? Who's going to pay for this carpet?
As long as it's not us. Maybe the shooter?
I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay.
I would hope that carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. The murder weapon. So it belonged to Mr. Latus.
That thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns.
Mr. Latus was a big man. How about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? Seeing these mirrors lined up like this makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room, Apollo. Look at all that makeup.
All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue.
Guess she's not into makeup yet. I found Machi Tobi's fingerprints on the air vent. What's with the long face?
It's a little lackluster, you know?
Lackluster?
I mean, using the air vent is so obvious. No audience is gonna pay good money to see a trick like that.
Things must look different through a magician's eyes.
It'd be much cooler if the killer got out through the tiny window.
Don't go there, you'll get your head stuck. The shooter must have used that to climb up the vent.
All this tragedy because someone left a stepladder here.
I don't think Mr. Latus was shot because of the ladder.
You think it was Machi?
I guess. That air vent is pretty small after all. Does that prove he was at the scene? Did he escape in time between the gunshots and us opening the door? Look at the way those bullets tore through the thick wall. That revolver really was something else.
I wonder if someone as little as me could even fire it.
Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp in your stage career.
Daddy always has stiff shoulders. Maybe that could loosen him up.
Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it.
Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet.
Trucy, let's not say that. A speaker for monitoring the stage is blaring at the time of the shooting.
It's a pretty old model for such a nice place.
I guess they don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Not that a loss of fidelity could possibly make that music worse.
Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo?
Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take.
What? That's almost $600! $5 a month? Poor Trucy.
Oh. Trucy's woes. You have learned... I'm sorry, what was that achievement, Steam? You have learned about Trucy's monthly allowance. Sure. Alright, back to the game. Hey, can I pick this up, please? Let me in! Let me in! How about the gun? Ah, pardon me. I have no money, if that's what you want. No, I was just, never mind. The way I looked at the revolver, what was that? Almost as if he's seen one before. Maybe he wasn't too happy about it. Sus shit. I didn't see a stunt. Oh, that. Woo!
Can you tell us, Uncle Ballin?
Woo! Okay, so you tell me how you did it, Trucy.
I don't know.
Come on, you're a magician. Aren't you part of the same secret club? Welcome to our club. Welcome to our club. Welcome, Squidward. Welcome, Squidward. Oops. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today.
It's huge! And Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle in this stage.
Battle?
Well, yeah, it's a coliseum, isn't it?
They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy.
Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped.
Sometimes I worry about her. Me too. Me too, Apollo. Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. Giant Prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. God, he's so hot. I mean, what?
Well, maybe I could take it to the office when they're done with it.
Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door.
I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business.
Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. It's part of some twisted plan of hers to make her single debut. Her singing debut, I wonder? Blue Badger. Anyway. What if I check the... What do you think that thing was doing in there?
Throwing things inside pianos can't be good for them.
Not to mention you wouldn't be able to play whatever notes goes with the strings it was on. But the piano was fine during the concert. I must mean it was thrown here after Machi's played.
Maybe someone threw it in here after the second set.
Huh. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, Magicon Shell, can you please tell us how this case ends? Maybe someday. Someday it'll end. No. A gun! Hey, did you know I'm an attorney? Okay.
I'm not sure about that, sorry.
Alright, I'm ready to start looking up guides now. Because I know I said I didn't want to look up guides, but I'm by myself during investigations. I don't know what I'm doing. Turnabout Serenade. Guide. There we go. Sorry, I'm like looking through the... I'm looking through the wiki right now. Sorry for the quiet. Hold on, let me play some... Let's play some music while I try and figure out what the fuck's going on. Huh. I guess this would trigger, like, hey, you know how this thing works? We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you.
That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off.
Illusion?
When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember?
Ah, yes. Apparently, they hired the professional magician. Valen Grammary. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grammary made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that.
hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know?
I don't know. I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yeah? I was walking this hallway before. I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Maybe you mean this thing?
It's been lying here since the day before yesterday.
Might I touch it? I thought as much. Is it a hearing aid? What do you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during the concert. I wondered who this is. We use it for communication. Oh, it's not a hearing aid. Okay. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's the best. Thank you.
So can I put it on? Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo.
Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry.
10-4, that little buddy. This is Tracy reporting in, over.
Why the sudden silence?
No one answered.
Don't be silly.
What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations.
You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine, which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on Snack Goose. Hey, would you like to look at this cool earpiece I found? That I can finally show people? Excuse me. Nope, okay. Nope. All concert staff wore one. Can I ask you about this headset, Let Me Roar? You said that all concert staff were wearing one? That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course. And all of the band members, too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too, then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, their only use on stage. Their only use is for on stage. And a stronger signal could interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. I think someone would notice if they dropped their only communication lifeline. So why was this one lying here? It was lying on the ground before Latouche died. That's the interesting thing. Da, 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 da. Alright, nothing to talk about the earpiece. Oh, crap, I went the wrong way. Okay. I hate the transportation system. This is so dumb. You think they would fix this part with the trilogy? I showed him the earpiece, right? Yeah, and he didn't say anything about it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the 2nd degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh?
That bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all.
Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol.
We wouldn't have found that out without you.
I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackies popular down at the precinct or something?
I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again.
Be my guest. We're not going to find any clues here. Though I did find something strange.
Something strange?
Mystery and mystery. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
How?
I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year.
If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. It makes him even more suspicious now that we know he could see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver.
That's not how it sounded in Lemuar's testimony.
You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? That's for damn sure. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean?
I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen. Then Lemuar flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latouche's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least.
It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence.
I know, and I found it.
You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I could have hit it through the air vent anyway.
What? You all think I did it?
Sometimes I worry about that girl.
So what did you find?
It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. That is a pipe bomb!
What is it?
Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out of the end looks familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna.
Oh, like on a beetle?
Like on a cell phone. This device might use an electronic signal of some sort.
Electronic signal, you say?
Do you think you could take a look at this? Small device. Looks like a transmitter.
A transmitter?
You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo?
Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch.
Ah! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea?
Ah! Well, now we know what this is. An igniter.
This part here must work like a lighter.
Nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose, at least, we're getting somewhere with this case.
Hey, Apollo! Let's ask Emma more about the switch, now that she has some first-hand experience.
Do you think you could take a look at this, Emma? Okay, that's what I thought. Alright. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you! You weren't the one holding it.
There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Now kiss!
Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. Yeah, we already figured that out. The signal's weak. Probably only reaches 30 feet. 30 feet?
Transmitter, huh?
Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area... Hey, can we get this, please? Let's see. 30 feet from Lemuar's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. Kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on a stage. You'd be surprised. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a little bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a little bit more about igniters myself. Pipe bomb! Whoa, 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 whoa. Pipe bomb! So cool! All these little parts, it's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out? Other than that,
Good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says.
not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Pipe bomb. Okay. I mean, if we decided 30-foot range, I'm sensing that these two will be connected later. Pipe bomb. So cool. Let's see what's in Gavin's. Nothing? Okay, sick. So cool, I think. Ooh, July 9th. What? Come to laugh at the murderer? Yeah, it's because he got stupid hair, but a really cool hoodie. I want that hoodie.
Darian!
That old bag opener pie hole, and wham bam, my life goes down the chut. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect.
Darian isn't the best of the moods, is he?
Not many people are these days, it seems.
It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid, rock solid. Doo-doo.
So, about your alibi?
You have to ask? The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. I found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me, too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they are letting me work.
There's no need to yell at me.
It's Lemivar's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to the old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? She's probably trying to shift blame on you.
They won't let you work?
Sir. Oh yeah, it is a skunk. Oops, sorry, Siri. He won't let me work, Gavin. Says it was lying low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He said he could be such a stick in the mud.
Mr. Gavin? Stick in the mud.
No, let's say a skunk's tail. It looks way more like a skunk tail. He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Well, more gay. But maybe bisexual. Maybe pan, actually. Except when he's depressed. Bitch, me too. You were on whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Ah, it was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist, is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gavin ears are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around that much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have to come from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it normally.
Oh, well, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Right on.
Say hi for him. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and fuck you. He's got a very long shaft on his head. And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yeah? What do you really think that happened, really? You don't think I did it, right? Oh, well. Great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Rip it. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. I 100% believe Lammy now has done it.
Let's not talk to him anymore, okay?
Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Let's go to the prosecutor's office. Oh, I remember this. I've seen pictures of his office, and there's the French guitar.
So this is it. The Gavanier's head office.
It's not the band's office. It's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, that's why I am asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone.
Oh, well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so you won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag.
What? A replica? Oh, sorry, I need my German accent. Oh, yeah, so why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Look, don't talk to me about those Virginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's time to look at this when I start the Miss Darian. Huh? I missed the song. Hiya.
Hee hee. Just thought we dropped in. Hope you're not mad.
Ooh. How could I be? There's not enough tea here in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist.
Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to see?
Huh?
Claver, lead vocalist for the Gaviniers, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom?
What do you think he means, Apollo?
I think he's giving us a choice. We could either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Well, let's first look at his office. Rock.
What's that on the plate there?
Is that gum?
Gum?
Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang? Should I put it in a plate for the last consumption?
You think a rock star can afford a fresh stick?
Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic.
Made that phone call.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. What, the replica? So why is he after it? Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who? Us? I tried to stop him really, but he forced me to.
Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? Oops. That's an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this.
That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it?
I thought this was one of the staff pulling a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had the specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally.
Oh, did you find anything out?
He didn't have a lot of time, but it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on?
Sounds like something we should ask about.
Love the secret agent. This place shows all the evidence for the case.
Look, Apollo! He's got 3 televisions!
Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once?
I wish I had 3 TVs.
What would you possibly do with 3 television sets?
I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know? I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. But, if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once.
Those first 2 seem useful, I suppose. Ooh, evidence! Yoink. That wasn't what I was pointing at. Look at all the guitars, why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They are like my lovers. I didn't just hear him say that.
They're backup guitars, Apollo. Didn't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of the show.
No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician.
You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo.
And breaking his guitar while he watches? That might be a little too rocking. That's a little gay, honestly, Trucy. Of course, I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would just do such a thing to one he loves?
No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor.
But Prosecutor Gavin, god of rock. Do 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 do. That reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yes! I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How about you, Air Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song.
Oh, is that a news show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know?
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea.
Hey. Is that newspaper over there, too? Yes, the Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is a big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics of my song.
Probably no one in Borginia could believe it.
It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. A game theory! Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I really know what to think of it myself. Which is why I had Darian step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum.
Lamiwar was my invited guest, so it was rather a delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case. Quickly, if possible.
I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it.
It is a poppin' song, I will say. You co-wrote it with Lamiwar, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I'd gone to tour Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact.
That's when you heard Lamiwar's voice?
It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk to her, so I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout.
I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote the song right there, backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lamiwar.
And music history was made.
Wait, a guitar he borrowed?
Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say?
It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump?
Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history. And it's only browned, not really charred.
No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think we could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What's more could happen to it? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lammibar.
How did it end up here?
She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it.
So this guitar is from Virginia?
That is it. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressures and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lammiwar's studio. I used the special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout.
I still think he's a special case.
Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned.
What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar?
That's right. What was that all about?
Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood, just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
Broken device?
Yes. This, in fact. The examiner is busy with the evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. That device looks strangely familiar. This was found in Mr. Latous's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. Replica? Oops. It's a small lump, about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say, other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean, whatever Mr. Latouche was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask me, Fraulein.
Oh? If I don't want to tell. If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so.
I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia. But apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain.
Oh?
There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Latouche went through all that trouble to begin Lammiwar's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lammiwar. Perhaps she knows something about it. Being a Virginian. Alright, time to look at the evidence. Woo! There's lightly scorched, and then there's this.
It's burned clean through.
Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk.
It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo.
Which part, the burned clean through or the useless piece of junk? Both. Egg. Sample. Huh. Think they put a big enough label on it?
Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake.
Yeah, they might think it was an otherwise tasty multicolored lump of plastic.
Maybe it's the manufacturer? Sample toys. You can't afford the real thing.
Sounds like a company Mr. Right would like. It looks like an egg. Or a pill. If it's like 1.5 inches long. Hey, we found this. It has to be one of these.
What is it, Apollo?
That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why does that look like the same thing? What is it? It's an igniter.
Another one?
It was the one at the crime scene in Lammiwar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, our forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance? Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Huh? Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating?
Hey, that's right.
I've been thinking, our forehead. We encounter many incidences in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal: to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Fraulein.
Can I ask you why you sing in a band?
Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Yeah. He disappeared into the void. Can't talk to him. Damn.
Looks like Machi's in questioning.
Police must have a Virginian interpreter. That's not fair. I wish we could talk to him.
I guess we'll just have to come back later if we want to see him.
I guess so. Oh, it's you! You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lemmiwar is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah? That's strange.
What's strange?
I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lemmiwar's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks! Excuse me, my nose is plugged. This place is deserted.
I wonder where Lemmiwar went off to.
I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful.
I guess. I can't help worry about her a little.
Nope. Why can I go in there? I have no idea. Oops. I need a blue badger plushie. I'll do it. She's not in here. July 9th, 4:46 p.m. in the wings.
Huh? The stage is pitch dark!
The power breaker must have been off this section. Great.
I'll go get someone.
Ah, my eyes!
It was really dark out there.
Dark. That's all Lemmiwar has, when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness?
Hey, Apollo?
Huh? What?
Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you?
Like something's changed? Changed.
Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me.
Now it's bugging me too. What is she talking about? Guitar case is closed.
Hey! The case! Wasn't that open before?
Huh, I guess someone closed it.
Wait! Look! Where the case closes.
Something sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's...
Let's open it, Apollo!
Ah!
Ah! Lemmiwar! Lemmiwar!
Emma! We have to get Emma! Lemmiwar was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran outside, barking orders, making phone calls. Tracy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. It's too many. The Hottie Clinic! Oh, sorry. Hickfield Clinic.
Emma, how's Lemmiwar? Is she okay?
Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure.
So, she's okay?
Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late.
That's good to hear.
So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know.
But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see... Oh.
Alright. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lemmiwar! Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? Attacked! With an exclamation point. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew, that very much I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me.
No.
It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work.
Ah!
Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant could see you. What's in the case? I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I might conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp.
You're much taller than I am. You're not as tall as Apollo.
So that means it was likely an adult, and probably a man. Could it be him?
Why would anyone attack you, Lemuar?
That detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer I give to you. I do not know. Hey, you wanna look at this thing? Lemuar, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Latouche was carrying it. It was a replica of a thing he was after? He was after.
You know, in his secret identity, as an undercover agent.
So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before?
Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir?
I wonder. Well, they call it Borginian. Must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these.
It's a cocoon. So, do you get silk from it?
I do not know the details, I am sorry to say. I thought she said all. Virginia knew of these. There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Virginia know. What's that? The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does, and is caught, they will be put to death.
To death?
Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason.
But this is just a piece of plastic.
He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess.
So that's what he was up to.
Tracking down Virginian cocoon smuggling.
Smuggling?
It seems I was marked.
Marked?
Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world.
Ah, so you could have brought these Virginian cocoons with you.
On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside.
Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Virginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means...
What, Apollo?
There must have been some reason why Virginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. They're drugs! Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Like what? How did such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latouche had Lemuar marked. Huh. Couldn't be her.
Huh?
There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemuar. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power. I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Virginian.
Apollo?
Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you.
Huh? Where are we going?
Come on, Trissy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Oh, intensities rising. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Flaming Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well, take that! If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you?
Hey! You got a reaction, a big one!
Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. You are, please, interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. I have them look into it. He asked you to wait, to not be so hasty.
Machi?
Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it!
Very well. Cocoon!
What is this cocoon anyway?
The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure.
A cure?
Must cure some disease. It's a cure for incuritis. Ah, yes. A cure for incuritis? Whatever the fuck that means, I guess.
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine.
I do not understand the reason myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers.
Oh.
Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't.
He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little.
Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I'm sort of a magician.
She said sort of. Oh, do you have a copy of that security camera tape?
Well, Machi, are you a smuggler?
He won't tell me.
First he plays blind, now he plays dumb.
I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home.
Can't go home?
I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death! This meeting's over. Oh, this meeting's over.
Darian?
What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Machi from the Virginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving.
Darian, wait!
I never liked you. Either of you. Huh?
Darn it! We were so close! He was about to tell us! Hey, Apollo!
He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo! There could be only one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry, this is it. I know who I'm after now. I'll hop it tomorrow in court! To be continued! Oh my god. Whew. So how we enjoyed the stream, guys? I'm not gonna take the break right now, but Well, I might actually have to. I'm gonna probably get a box of tissues so I can deal with my stupid. Oh wow, we are only out like a quarter and an hour into this. Cool. Okay. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I think I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get a tissue box so I can deal with my nose right now. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, I had no cool music. I wasn't gone for too long, thankfully. But I got some tissues and also some Vaseline under my nose because my my upper lip is burning. Whew, during my break though, I'm gonna get some actual water. All right, back in the game. July 10th, 9:49 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Well, this is it.
Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry. No go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving.
Darian, wait!
I never liked you. Either of you. Huh?
Darn it! You were so close! He was about to tell us!
And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice!
Ah!
What was that? He is heard but unseen.
Who's that talking?
Valiant Grammary! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valen?
Preposterous proposition. How could I stand upon the stand? Why must secrets would be free from the plucking? I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with the vanishing magic?
Indeed! I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. You see, I am running from the law. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand gramarye, glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell.
And there he goes.
You sure seemed happy about that illusion thing.
Well, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. It usually involves cutting up things like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really.
Well, he's talking about what we saw at the concert.
That meanwhile, disappearing act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
And I wonder what he meant by it being the root of all that has happened.
Well, it's about time, shall we go? Excuse me, sir? Yeah? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It's by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his conditions worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son.
Well, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper. If you care to read about it yourself. Incuritis? Where have I heard that before?
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. 10:30 a.m. Apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do we say this name again? Machitobai, our suspect, fortissimo. Right. In his trial, in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Incuritis, was it? That article said there is no known cure.
Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now it is time for law. Indeed. We left off at at the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol agents about the number. We don't need to repeat this anymore. We know what happened. Mr. Romaine Lettuce. No problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it! It was him. I was sure of it. It was him? That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fire. It was him. It was Darian. No way. Oops. Incurable disease, inflammation, not necessarily an itch. An itch. Incuritis. Meggles, the one thing you gotta know is it's called incuritis, aka incurable. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? Ask the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavineers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigations, I have found no cause to alter our case. I'll file new charges. Or file new charges, apologies. And your reason is? Weren't you aware of, Forehead? He is an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert, held on the night of the shooting, was in 3 sets. Woo! The Gavineers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamirar, and Machi. Are you sure? But why is there along with the drummer and the bassist, a total of 5? The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Namuar and the defendant, Bachi Tabai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gabiniers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out into the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo. You heard them too, right?
I sure did. Furthermore, Lamura herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say, she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Latus and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on the lace. Voila! A perfect alibi. In the defense of anything to add to this, it's true, when I heard those gunshots, he might have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. Alright, it appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Lemiwar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well, of course. If we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Apollo! If he declares a verdict now!
Ha! Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lemiwar might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? About the case. This meeting's over. Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant, what's his name again? Objection! Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was, something, Marquess or Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean? I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tabai to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as, I love you and where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Lemiwar as the interpreter. Lemiwar? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she's been interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Air Forehead. Our judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lemiwar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of language should be enough for that. Well, both prosecution and defense are for this. I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show defendant and Lemiwar to the witness stand. Oop. I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with? If you would, Lemiwar. Yes. Give me just a second to drink my... He says Machi Tobai, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Besides a parrot. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have to testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet.
Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
Unless it's the video game rules. Probably. I mean, there hasn't been any, like, other languages, like, characters that spoke a different language in other cases, besides, like, a parrot. But that parrot also spoke English and was also very vital. How can I, if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak? Yes, Lemiwar. Just now Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. What? What? Oh, well, Lemiwar, According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? Little baby. Again, I would love his outfit, please. This is a surprise.
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it!
This is sounding too good to believe. And I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. There you are. I mean, Machi. Please testify to the court. Very well. I guess to answer your question, Megals, we haven't really needed a reason to need an interpreter, except we kind of had to, because Machi is the only person who can't speak proper English. He says that word of Mr. Latous's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Damn, that's a short testimony! I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why? He would only have to ask Lamiwar to know the meaning of that song. Lamiwar! Did you ever explain the lyrics? Did you ever explain the lyrics to that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamiwar might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor! Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Alright, it worked yesterday or it'll work today. Oh, I have it on, alright. He said that. I'm sorry, hold on, I gotta do a thingy. Oops. And that is to try and... There we go. Alright. Oops. Because the lyrics... Press his left bumper, okay. Hold it! I could not have done it, you mean? It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day. For all those things, followed the song lyrics closely. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Hold it! Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay? No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics.
Yay! I knew he was innocent.
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something?
Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. It says the... Oh, shit. I pressed the wrong button. I wanted to press bumper. Eyeballs! Woo, 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 woo. Were Machi and Mr. Latouche close? Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together. Lamiwar, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand.
Prosecutor Gavin's tough. He's really tough.
Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. But if he was... That is, he could not have done it. He said... Why? Eyeballs! Gotcha! Machi, You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her at the very moment Leroy said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can't understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must you continue the charade? Mr. Justice Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Excuse me. Do you know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. But then explain this! How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple, so simple that it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. A newspaper? The Virginian Daily Bugle! We know that's bullshit! You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun the report about this case in our homeland. I was right! What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi is lying! Maybe it's time to show the proof that he's lying! Take that! I have here a Virginian newspaper, the Virginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in the Virginia newspaper. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning, yes? Yeah. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics were not brought up in police were questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain herself, or himself. Machi says, yes? It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Labirar? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like your forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No! I was onto something, I know it! I can't let this chance slip away! This is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle to attack. Or else... My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please, allow me to continue. If you must. Very well, witness. I understand. It is I who explain the following... So I assume this. Okay, pass then. Hold it! Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? This is a question for me, yes? This interpretation thing is getting old fast. I told him that Mr. Latouche had been killed and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crimes of that day followed my song. Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case, such as heart? Yes, of course, I explained this. He was quite surprised.
Yay, I knew he was innocent. What's wrong, Apollo?
I'll find it! He says that... It's his eyeballs. Nope. Okay. He says the... But if killing is... No. Okay. That... Can I look at Lammy? I can look at her. Huh. That changes things. Oh, it came by real quick. Hold up. Gotcha! Lamiwar, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yeah, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamiwar, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not the question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamiwar, you're protecting... him? Lamiwar, you are protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Bagels, what I just imagine you're trying to do is trying to talk, like you're talking to yourself, trying to figure out how this court case is going, and you're predicting every single moment of it. That's how I'm interpreting your yes. The whole Machi speaking English thing was during the investigations, and then I was like, yeah, he knows English, probably. Alright, Sody Pop is done. We're real men now. I do not fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believed you. I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemiwar lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Yeah, it's just gonna be Ketamata from Persona 3. I'm just hyped. Witness, this is true. Do you understand English? Yes. A little. Only. What? For he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamiwar. No, I do not. I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room. Behind desk. Manager, he on the floor. Which should be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice.
Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then he came to the door. Panel high up! I take off! Run away! Run away! So it was you who escaped through the air vents! As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No! He's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor. Yeah, excuse me. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's climbed up, Apollo.
Let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony for the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course, there is!
What is this cocoon, anyway?
The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure.
A cure?
He won't tell me. That cocoon has to have something to do with this! Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake! No, we'll speak not to any of you. So much for your precious trust there, forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings up to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Oh, God, my nose. Whew. 11. Wow, that was a whole hour. Alright. Apollo Justice? That's justice. Better learn how to say that if you ever want to get some. Believe I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap. I walked right into it.
Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true.
So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots?
And you escaped through the air vent. I know.
Huh? What do you know?
I know if I open... No, I'm sorry. I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means?
Hey, he's right! Look, Apollo!
Huh? Yeah, but how did you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something.
I hear this from Magician. Magician!
Don't look at me!
A magician, huh?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche.
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room and found the body, and then he heard the shots. That's one going over well in court, not.
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me.
I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what did we do? What do we do?
You're sure you want to testify, Machi?
Hey, no talking, no.
Well, that was worth a shot.
That cocoon. I can't go home.
You can't go home?
I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. Penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. Of course, he's scared. Well, I guess we'll have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan?
If Machi would testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right!
July 10th, 1128, District Court. Alright, court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So, will you testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame, and here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamiwar. Lamiwar? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamiwar's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamiwar was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamiwar dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamiwar? Can you think of a reason? Oh, well. Think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yeah? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could it have been? You don't think. I do think. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamiwar's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. If Lamiwar was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well, there were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamiwar's testimony once more. Lamiwar, I must apologize. I must ask you to stand again and speak. You need no apologies. I know that Machi is innocent. But I will do all I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Oh yeah, that it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamiwar was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. On my way from the stage to the backstage exit, that's when I heard them, the detective and the... Darren Crescent. I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday. Oh yeah, how many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? Sorry, edge protection alert. Thanks, Norton, for being a piece of shit. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course.
Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere.
She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I could try. Did you happen to hear anything else at the time? Anything else? Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all? That's quite the big question. Other than the conversation, I heard the clock ticking, the 2 men breathing, footsteps. That is all. As expected. Perhaps we should carry on with the cross-examination. As you wish. There were 2 gunshots. Yes, I heard 2. One after the other. That fits with the bullet holes at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. Oh, I should probably press her on the scene again. What were they talking? Let me know, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. That's the clue that I've been waiting for. What did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Darian Crescent. What did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche. I thought it was quite strange myself afterwards. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony.
Maybe, Apollo?
Press the switch now. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery to those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens I have a switch right here! That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lemuel heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility. Yeah, grip it down, Meggles. Oh, and forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemuel's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gabiniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you want and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have our forehead's cries and possibilities fallen far short of being heard. Sorry. But he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message from someone on the stage floor from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why is that? What is this? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? It's a type of transmitter, a communications device. A headset. Communications device? From what I've heard, that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So, you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait. These send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited.
Lemuel said it was about 30 feet, right?
Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be! So, when Lemuel heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage? Ha! You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hit it on the stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point! How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch?
I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's no point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't know what... We don't even know that basic fact. Ah! Wait a second. I do know what the switch is. And if we follow that train of logic to this incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo?
We know about this switch, right? We know what it is.
Yeah?
Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch, Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. We know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. To explain what this switch is. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter, you mean it's like a light? Out like a light. Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Dude, bruh. Yo! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry. That was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire... Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flames. When your guitar caught on fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Virginia from Lemuel. He said that sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it's just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. And forehead? Yeah? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lemuel. And the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? Because I can put my finger on my forehead. It's pretty simple to me. I would say I would call it a shot if they played the full music video. That's how I'd call it a shot. So let's say it's only 2 shots where they played the full music video. And forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was just about to ask you on a date. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What is this about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think. That night my guitar caught fire, yes? The cause? May have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second scene.
That's right, of course!
We didn't need it. Okay, the guitar caught fire during Lammy's performance. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yeah, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise of this is faulty. Say his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation for the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. Oh, shit. Wrong button. What's this? What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out. And according to his testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us in his testimony, namely, that the victim had already been shot. He had heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane! You got that right, buddy. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that the remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Order! But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
He's right! Look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire.
You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet Air Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. I want to kiss you now. I mean, we were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flames. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery? By moving the body. That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. AKA Crescend. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. So much so, I give you a kiss kiss. You'd given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics to my song. Hold a second, let me just turn down the music again. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead. One I pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamiwar have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamiwar's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press... Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamiwar heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? It's the earpiece. She had one on. Lamiwar heard a voice. She heard it during the second set. Divine hearing. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open, either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through the window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borzinian too. As I was saying, Lemiwar could not hear the voice through that window, so there could be only one explanation. She heard it, the voice, from another location entirely. I don't know why we're playing this song again, but okay. What's this? You do abuse me so. And here I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Lamiwar clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window, and there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamiwar heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Are we saying she heard it from the vent? Are we saying she came in from the vents? Take that! This is where Lemiwar heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's the air vents. The window of time! This is also an awesome song, too. She says she's a Virginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this airbend a small window. Now that you've done it, you've gone beyond ridiculous and it's ludicrous. So everyone was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes? I was thinking she had an earpiece, but okay, whatever. Logical. Do you not think this word means what you think it means, air forehead? Inconceivable. Okay, what about it is... Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lemon be in the ventilation system in the first place? I think like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. That explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamiwar? I forgot I was here. Hello. You have been listening to our discussion here, yeah? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lamiwar, the small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling? In the roof? Not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What?! Alright, order! Shut the fuck up. I will have order! Alright. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. You were in a ventilation system. Yeah, you probably should have talked about that. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure. I can't. May I remind you this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, didn't she disappear at the very end of the music video? Looks like I'm on the right track. Excuse me. Oh, damn. Alright, I'm gonna give me just a quick second I'm gonna go get some water now because my throat is parched. So I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Doo-doo. Bow, bow. Okay. Alright. Alright. Back in the game. I now got fruit punchy water. Delicious. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no idea to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. So she went into the fence. Bound to secrecy. During our disappearing act. In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say we were in the middle of your performance, so this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. But you must tell us what you were doing in detail. I should probably take a drink. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, forehead. Drink. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
I'm going to find out the truth. She's up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get her out of it. Eh. Bracelet is not on. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no... So without a word, you just let the third scene start? After the curtains closed with the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner! Yes, perhaps I could have. I see little point in badgering the witness. What done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only I... If all contradictions weren't so obvious. I can't let Mar to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. As to why I was there, I cannot say. Exactly! Who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is alright. It is just a name after all. It was Valen Grammary. Perhaps you know him? Valen Grammary? What?
You mean Uncle Valen?
What? Valen Grammary? Who's Valen Grammary? A grand magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. I mean, Laura was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there. How do I prove it? How can I prove she was up there? Oh, isn't it the brooch? I was bound by secrecy. By small window, you mean the air vent. I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. This is when I heard his voice come from the room. Tyrion's voice. I knew something terrible had happened yet. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I was bound to secrecy. Turns out... Do-do-do! bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. But how do I prove it she was up there? We never went up to the vents. We don't know. It's definitely this statement that I have to press on, but I can't. Cross. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean that to sound like very sexual. That was a very sexual sign I made. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to use the power of Google real quick. Recess. Present the videotape on our fourth statement. Ah! Oh, shit, sorry. You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance? You're quite sure? Yes. Why would I lie about the time? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. I thought you all knew. Oops, sorry, I turned on my Xbox. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. You never told us why. I'm sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? We just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she is bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it.
How are you gonna do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling, too.
Yeah, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. Maybe you've got the evidence to prove it. So we're gonna go back on that statement. Present, right bumper. Go over here. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Lamiwar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you considered what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here in this video. We could add this up to the third shot, Meggles. This is like a slowed down version of Carry On My Wayward Sons. Woo! There's a little diamond-shaped thing, so she's supposed to hide on it. As we can see, Lamiwar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic. Lamiwar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. Let's not talk about Big Top Turnabout, okay? So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo!
What, Jersey?
It's not nice to reveal magician's secrets, and it's against the rules.
But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we could trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lemmoir's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lemmoir knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know if I open the vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on the need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of magicians' lives, you know? Which is why he bound Lemmoir to secrecy.
Well, Lemmoir, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before. We don't count this. There was a very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could you do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes, it's up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemmoir was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. How do I get picked on Lemmoir, who isn't going along with the program here? As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then, you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals.
Good luck, Apollo!
My foot's itchy. Big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes? What? She was gone for 20 seconds? 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it wasn't too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lemmoir is saying and what we can see plainly in the video.
I figured it out already. I'm a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secret. Come on.
Oh, the shit. Oh, you're supposed to be on my side here. Alright, press everything. Woo! Doo-doo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, I can enter the floor on the side of the room. There was a plan for me to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lemmoir disappears on the video for 20 seconds. And she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How?
If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you could have some evidence for us? Something that explains the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? I'm going to assume I just have to present the video. I'm not trying with this. I'm not watching this video again. I'm about the secrecy on this matter. Lemmoir says she had to stop to present Lemmoir's brooch. No evidence for now. Prove that. What's your professional opinion about this one, Trucy?
Sorry, I don't work in evidence.
I don't work in tricks. I'm an attorney, not a magician, for crying out loud. For Fort State. Oh shit, it was her voice. She did not First, we'll continue with the cross-examination until we have some answers. Easier said than done. Oh wait, it is the fourth statement. Okay. 2 minutes. Present. There's one piece of evidence that explains this discrepancy between the video and the testimony. What do I have to present evidence and present Lemmywar's breach. Take that! I don't know, but I don't know what Lemmywar. Do you happen to remember this brooch? The brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when this was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Huh? Take another look at the video. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Oh shit, she's not wearing it when she reappears. Nope. Yep, it's gone. What? The brooch, it's gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space between 20 seconds. Takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lemmywar we see before the vanishing act and the Lemmywar we see after are... Girl, are you hope you... Am I high? Is this, those weird-ass, flu dreams you have? She's not wearing it right now. Are we saying, Valen? Are we saying Valen was dressed up as Lammy? What the fuck? The brooch was found on the floor, at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Well, not directly, but whatever. Let me tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the backstage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime! Yes, I think I did. She's not wearing it right now. Prosecutor Gavin, from your expression, I gather you have no idea this was the case, Air Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lemmywar was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was the replacement Lemmywar? Why, the man behind the illusion? Yep, Valley Grammary. It was Grammary. That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. I guess. The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lemmywar is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. It's called lip syncing, Apollo.
Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
Yeah, exactly. The Gaviniers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein.
You mean I'm wrong?
You were... Why do we play a show live? We play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemmywar? Very well. Alright, yes, do tell. And add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing, even while I was moving. You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage? Wouldn't that have, like, the worst echo ever? Why should it matter where I sing, when somewhere I go is the same darkness? But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right! Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads, after all.
That is right. Are you sure? You have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the scene of the crime. What state?
I know what he means! The old speaker, Apollo? The speaker?
That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage for this room.
Monitoring?
It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker played a direct feed for the stage. At my request, actually. So Lemon War singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lemon War singing over the speaker? Wouldn't that have, like, the worst feedback ever? Lemon War? I've just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse. So, not many would notice. Forehead! That mixing board I lent you! Where is it? The what?
The machine, Apollo! The one that breaks music into tracks!
Oh, this? I completely forgot about it. This big-ass brick in my pocket? Let's take a listen. Drink! Damn, he's so cool. Fourth drink, let's go. The song doesn't stop there. It does. I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again! Oh, she only says it once. Yeah, I would not have picked up on that. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemon War's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Christian could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turn around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What is that, Prosecutor Gavin? Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. This is entirely based upon Lemuar's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? Didn't we just say, but you have no proof? All I'm saying is that the truth is yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean... Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Christian must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on this case. As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of this hole. I'm ready to catch him. Darian Christian, get ready for justice! This is a good time as I need to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last one who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. To be continued! And with that, we're going to take a quick break as well. So let me just get up YouTube real quick. I just said don't show me again. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, drink some more water because my throat is itchy. I need to clear my voice for a sec, so we're just gonna play some jammin' tunes and we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. What keep going on this beach? If we get another to be continued, I'll probably have to end stream again. So yeah, alright, welcome back. Alright, let me just... Hopefully everything is perfect. god, I'm just replying to a message real quick. Alright. I don't know what accent this is anymore. Let me bring up Apollo Justice again. Here we go. Alright. Alright, let's get back in the game. Drink. 1:40 p.m.
Apollo, I can't believe it! Really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Blimmerware's performance?
The reason why she was in that air vent, and then switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I know you had what it took. Phoenix!
Daddy!
Mr. Wright, you believed in me. Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping?
Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
Oh, sorry about that, Tracy. I'm on a secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed?
Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy?
Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. He looks blitzed. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have the things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tobai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darren Crescent? It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our diva divine is telling the truth.
But what about all the proof? The brooch, the switch,
a piece of jewelry, and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things, the flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. You're gonna have to bullshit your way through this, Apollo. Goodbye! Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks. Here was... Oh, sorry. Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is.
What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. This was with the igniter, under the sofa.
Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy.
Oh my god, are we saying that it was supposed to simulate gunshots? That sound? Firecrackers would not sound like a gunshot. This? Finally, some evidence that makes sense. Probably a firecracker? That's all I have to say, I suppose. Hold the fucking second. Kowalski! Analysis! So you think this was some kind of firecracker?
Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's?
Did you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing.
Really? I had no idea. Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter.
At least my useless back had something to do with the evidence. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out of the door just like a magician. Normally.
What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean?
I guess he just wants us to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. Bullshit our way through this.
I guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. We're almost there. We're almost there, guys. Bless me. Alright, court is now back in session. Gunshots don't echo, so I'm sure if a firecracker would work as a... I haven't... See, for me, I wasn't probably allowed to be near firecrackers. I've played with sparklers before on, like, 4th of July and whatever. But we had these, they weren't exactly firecrackers. They were, like, they looked like candy, and you would just throw them on the ground, and then they would just make little little pop sounds. I don't know if that's exactly... I think we called those fire poppers, but I don't know if those were exactly the same. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. He, Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Our forehead. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Final witness! Detective Darian Crescent. We're doing this, bitches! Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division for those who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gavineers. Maybe you've heard of us? For you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today. Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. He's his ex. You gave me your word and I want to be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. We're not dating. So much for old friends. Wink, wink. I see what you're doing, Darian. Pressing the prosecution. Trying to suck the prosecution's dick? I mean, Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Alright. That's the side time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemuel's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Sorry for the stunned silence. If you have anything to say about it, I've pushed my Xbox stick again. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. That's racist. Wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. No, it's here comes justice, dummy. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. Again, sorry. I should not be texting while I'm streaming. So you claim Lemuel's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing. Trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examinations. Don't waste any time finding our weak spot. Can't do this with Lemoire's testimony alone. I have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Press every single statement. You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all of that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with him. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Lemoire's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof. She forgets. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah? There was a mistake, but blaming it on a gunshot is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song, a missed cue. So, she gets flubbed. She just flubbed it up, big time, that's all. She spins the story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. Lemoire is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you, alright. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff so pretentious it's way over my head. Literally. I'm detecting a rift in the Gavineers' ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You asked me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. Oh, I feel like we're about to sneeze, dude. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots? Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lemoire got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots.
Machi heard them too. Remember he said he ran off for the air duct when he heard them?
So how did we figure out what those gunshots during? The shooting took place when oops, shit.
He's pretty eager to paint Lemoire as a liar, isn't he?
Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case.
This is tough. So what do we do?
I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it. It didn't happen? Said it did. I swear to God, if we learn that these firecrackers are false evidence, I'm gonna blow my lid.
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. I could also have talked about the bomb that was also, not bomb, igniter. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt, not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like firecracker. Eh? How did Gavin know about this? What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Ha ha ha. Oh, sorry, my nose. Woo! Woo! You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. Oh, so you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right within two witnesses came walking by? Ah!
That's right! Tyrion was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right there?
If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? Ah! How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. You may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset. The kind old abandoned staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door at the dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. Are no sides in a court of law. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of our ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. Oh, I'm sorry. Whew. We've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove that the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think.
You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through!
It can be proven! You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. It's me, the player. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This is going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. The shooting took place during the second... Excuse me, sorry. Actually, I'm gonna take another quick break. Nothing too quick, just I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I got on socks. Ah, sorry. And my robe, because it's cold right now. Whew, sorry. Oh, right. I was gonna look up the answer. Hold up. Present the mixing board.
Objection!
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lemurar's song. Her song? What exactly is this, a device thing? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this. Don't get me started on gramophones. This is true that in the Phoenix Wright universe, the judge is senile. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Humble the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lemurar's voice included. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Lemurar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at the moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ah, ridiculous. You're getting a little sweaty. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We are all wearing these headsets. Oh. You were all deeply involved in our performance. Lemurar's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get this analyzing that recording right now. Lemur stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. So that would be, okay, I forgot, next session. So it's there and then... Oh, wait, I see what they're trying to get me to do. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep, there we go.
Take that!
Take that! Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lemurar's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes? Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Oh my god, his dick's flying everywhere. I believe a case has been made. Fuck. Okay, I'm sorry, I was making sure my volume was on. Gunshots were heard during the second. It wasn't the full thing, so no. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lemurar's testimony was true. Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. What did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Gershand, you weren't on stage during the second set. We could have done it. Why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from the weapon? That is true. Lemur was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough to hear for her bike to catch the first shot. That was passed over in the dressing room. The gun fired again, and Mr. Latusse's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent, once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead. Oh shit, is he talking about how he fucked up on the guitar? What is it with the day? Problem after problem. Achtung. My org won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar has been burnt to a crisp, and on top of it all, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? The second guitar? It was you, Darian! I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, What? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? So they played Guilty Love the second... excuse me, during the third set? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latusse's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. Are we saying that Darian got... The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur? Wait, you mean his playing was effective because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I'm a trained police officer, you know. I had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, as much tame or beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latousse, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? That thought had occurred to me, yes. When I was digging flaccid. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent? What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney! At me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on the tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback? I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can light up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in the response to the case so far. Testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Whew! One nostril is plugged, the other one isn't. This is the worst. Alright. I don't have a lid on this cup either, so I gotta be careful. Come on! Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? Even I didn't know him. Why would I kill him? A simple reason, indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latousse had not been in our country before? According to our records, yes. Not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. Yay! That's the diva's first trip to... So you didn't fraternize with him at all during that concert? Fraternize? I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Racist. It was him, officer! Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see, you didn't even talk to Lammy when she showed up. You didn't know him. Why would I even kill him? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. And for it, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this mode of question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence! Excuse me. Whew. It's that he's an Interpol agent, right? Sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry, my nose, man. Whew. My nose is itchy! Second or fifth statement. You want a reason to use it? I've got no motive. The replica? The little egg? Oh shit, was he talking to Clavier on the phone? Objection! Was he talking to Darian? Your Honor? Take a look at this. What's that, looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent? Ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It's a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it? It does! Wait! I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. Curative for what? Apparently, it is most effective at treating a disease thought incurable, called incurative. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle, girl, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy for the cocoon. You have to be changed the process only slightly. You can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. Cocaine. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this was led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol. Right! The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. But this is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. Totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business. Sure. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm an inner. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things, but no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most notable statements, but duly noted. According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them as an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. It's the only motive I got. He was up to something and I've got to find out what. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can't say what you want about me, but back off on international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to, down, Darian. It's as you say. These are no loopholes. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Virginian customs are all watching. See, we know what you're doing. Not like, yeah, some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that Diva says. Why, I wanna... what? Want some of this? Chill, both of you, boys. Let's do this cool, yeah? Screw cool. Let this guy's head on a stick! The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he's up to. I'm gonna look up the answer because I don't want to try anymore. His third or fourth statement. 1, 2, twist. Your Honor, what do you think about this witness's... I'm not sure I follow you. It's clearly a contradicts the, I thought... Did I pressed the wrong one. It's this one. Sure. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keysters goodbye. Why sell a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon. But so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for Incuratus. I'm still not over that name. Incuratus, I've heard that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You weren't saying. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal with the contraband. Not even to save his own son's life. What even if the deal went through? Why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, its neck on the line would be Chief Justice! Detective Crescend, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about it, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why a seller couldn't hope for a better deal? A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching these. Virginian customs barely sleep. There's no word about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. But... Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Ooh! Ow! Ooh! It's trouble. Hey, yo, I would love... Sure, I'd like to know. He did it through his guitar. Damn. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. drink. Sorry. Again, I'm sorry for the oddly sexual sighs. I believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamuar.
How did it end up here?
I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made the present of it.
So this guitar is from Virginia?
That is it. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamuar's studio. I used the special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was? With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia! Oh, we dancing now. Oh. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, our forehead. Well, you know guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
Broken device?
Yes, this, in fact. An igniter! Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if the igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar?
You mean...
He means this, of course. Oh! There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band! Yo! What? His dick's flopping around. Order! Order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution. Our forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamuar's ballad, if you will. First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band couldn't get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was on to something. You don't know about the guitar. You'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon was confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died, with Lamuar there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man! Detective Crescent, I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I have the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamuar heard proves it. Press the switch now. you made this transmission from backstage. With your co-conspirator was stage. But who was it? The coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Take up your answer on the fly, as it were. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Phoenix Wright! No. This person is the accomplice? I thought you said the accomplice was Borginian. Actually, can I take that back? Ow. Oh, shit, sorry. Hold on, I'm trying to... I can't save! Ah! Alright. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tabai! But, Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier, that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamiwar? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemiwar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemiwar could still have done the deed. No. When the shooter made the transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar Serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamiwar stand-in were in the air. They were on the tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemiwar's position in the air vent. Huh. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective. Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Excuse me. Let's count this as 5. Would you believe me to think that that looked like an animation error? Too bad, so sad, Punk. Punk.
First you were Sleeves, then Kid, now Punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right. It's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us, non-musicians? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that alarm. That's that right? Yeah? Well, in order to do that, we have to press the switch. Am I right? Okay. Oh my god, so much evidence! That's bass. Piano. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? I'd say that's 6 again, because we honestly didn't need to see that again. What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. That's the problem, man. You still don't get it? How's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? Oh, it's in the fucking piano! That's why. Sorry. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I've got it, gamers. I know what I'm doing. I'm gaming. I'm a musician. You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with our hands free was the Diva. Remilor! But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Sorry, my voice is dying. Ugh. Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press the switch. We found the switch. Play that shit again. Woo! 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 7, 7, 7. The piano plays non-stop. Excuse me. We found the transmitter in the piano. He couldn't have pressed the switch. Don't we have it on here that it's found on the stage in the piano? Oh, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, are you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Bachi Tobai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it! Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tobai the accomplice? Your answer will reflect everything you said here. I'm going to quickly save. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He's the only one who could have helped the smuggler. I had to press that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it.
What do I do? What do I do?
There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd.
Something odd. Wait a second.
What? You thought of something?
What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about this performance there. Not much to go on, but it's all I got. What exactly do you hear that was odd? May I remind you that everything... Gonna keep saving again, just in case. Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that much? I gotta hear this piano again. know if I could call this proof per se. Europe per se, but I could prove it was possible. And as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. I'm sorry, my nose. On what do you base your claim? Let's hope I'm right. I'm gonna quickly check the guide. Okay, yeah, I was right. Alright, mixed board. Woo! The basis of my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's list the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flames. Ooh. That's number 8. I hear piano being played.
But doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
I think I know what he's suggesting.
You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? Oh. That's not what I was going for, but okay. He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. So you're kind of... some kind of piano savant? Sorry, savant? Actually, no. What do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trissy!
Yeah, you got something?
Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he...
Oh, Daddy? You gonna play a part like that even if he had 3 hands?
So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, it seems to come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say to himself. Hachi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And what section of the song proves it? The 4th section? First segment of the song. Oops. Whoop. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what is that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead. Give me a kissy. Realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to "but a fleeting melody" phrase. Number 9! Woo! Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing? This in a general, you know, you're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar burst into flames at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot, in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." 10! It's way more complex. Play verse 2 again. 11! Woo! We're drinking tonight, boys! Woo! 11! Did you hear that? They feel the same, true. But they're clearly very different. What?
Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes.
You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure.
What's that prove?
My liver is non-existent. I don't have a liver, I just am an amorphous blob.
I would think you would know that by now.
This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had them play specifically so that the piano could stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself.
Now ask yourselves why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch.
Ah! Oh my god, fuck my nose, man. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment.
What? No comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well, bearing an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Hey, your dick is flopping around. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you where, forehead?
Ha. Me.
As don't get me wrong, your case is solid and you're quite cute. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence.
Yeah, but the facts.
Anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system.
I don't believe it!
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate. But at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What?!
Ah! Drink. Oh my god. The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals?
Apollo, remember what Daddy said?
Bullshit your way through this. Especially not under the current court system. So what do I do?
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter.
I think he just meant a weak spot. No? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion? I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. Gotta find a weak spot. And this guy, something fatal. So can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands. I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Oh, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without a decisive evidence. This witness. Ah! Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, I'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo!
What? And this igniter's supposed to come and burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of two crimes: the murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of the Virginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. Gonna quickly save. Oops. This trial has already run on for far too long. You got that right, man. Mr. Justice, this will be your last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Let's have it. This is really my last chance. Call a witness. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Little baby. The one person who could prove that... Okay, the one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tabai. Your client, again? Machi Tabai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. Oh so, we require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon could leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar! Very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tabai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Virginian cocoon, the case is solved!
Darian's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really wanted to give me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death, by Virginian law. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our court, by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon. Yeah, but... If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, will eventually be picked up by the Virginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tabai. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tabai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling! Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace to hit a mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. I think I broke him. Please! Don't! Guys. I think I killed him. Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession?
Uh-oh, he's laughing again.
There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Guys, we finally did it! Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From the beginning, I knew. Machi? Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which they administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tabai? Yes. I promise you will receive a fair trial by the law of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latus, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. I thank you. Please put your glasses back on. I only lie, but you see truth, you find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tabai. Woo! Bring out the grape juice. Court is adjourned. Get out. Let's go to TGI Fridays. 4:42 p.m. District Court. We started. This was a 4-hour trial. Wait, no. 10, 11, 12. 6. 6-hour trial.
I wonder what'll happen to Machi.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Phoenix!
Hattie!
I thought I spilled my drink. Okay. I owe you both my thanks. Lemon water? Why? Is something wrong? I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on stage? Your friend? As I thought of him as my own son. Even though I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil, I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. I do not be sorry. You have given me courage.
Courage?
I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again?
It's funny, I have always wanted to be afraid of the light. Light seems so hard, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lemewar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. Do you know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth and staring at people very menacingly. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting?
That's right! She's the landscape painter in sound, after all.
I will paint the two of you, I promise.
Woo! I can't wait, Livy!
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Stripe, for what? You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo? Trucy? I hope we will meet again someday soon.
You bet! Me too!
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on, till it came to an end. And on and on and on. Thanks to the trial, the guitar Serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. Way more kissable, but there's something I wanted to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
have them catch the killer at the end.
Finne. Guys, we did it! Woo! Turnabout Serenade is done, and now we are on to Turnabout Succession. And I'm gonna end it there. Oh my god, guys, we did it! We got through it! I forgot there was a 4th trial in this game, but whatever. We did it, gamers! Woo! I don't know what to say except thank you all for joining me on this crap, especially you, Megals. I don't think I would have got through this without you cheering me on. And even if I got through this by myself, I'm proud of myself, aka using a guide. Anyway, I gotta go use the restroom again. But thank you guys so much for watching, and hopefully next week we'll have some guests. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Anyway, thank you very much. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye!